Greetings, mortals, and welcome back to Obius giving me completely...
Can I turn this? I need to be able to turn this notification off. Please let me turn this notification off. It's killing me. It's killing me. I can't turn off this notification. My guy. If I have my mic muted, I have my mic muted because I muted it. Yes, have I in the past forgotten to unmute my mic? Absolutely. Do I need a red exclamation point as if the stream dropped popping up on my screen at the beginning of every goddamn stream? Do I need that? No, I do not. How do I... I'm not going to find this right now. I'll deal with it later. Probably it doesn't exist, but hopefully they get enough pushback to this fucking feature that, like, they fix it. I'll just Google it later. Also, hey Celestial Master Kitty, how's it going? You pointed the wrong direction. It's a light, it doesn't matter what direction it's pointed. Okay, so when last we left off, we were puttering around blowing up pirates or something. Let's take a look at the Discord and see... Oh no, an omnipotent boss in the Wasp Hive? That was the wrong channel, but that's specific. Omnipotent boss in the Wasp Hive is very funny. Let's see. Last updated yesterday, so I don't need to worry about it probably. It's probably the one that I've already seen. Is it? Alright, let's... oh, actually... I forgot to type out a bug report for the thing. Oh, yes, I did, and I was intending to say something about it, but I was on my phone. Let me go back and read, because I saw it when I first woke up. Yeah. That's very cool. I'm very excited for that. That's a very cool project. So basically, Crystal Project, which is a game that I played recently, which is kind of like a classic style Final Fantasy mechanically paired with a Zelda almost in terms of your ability to move around the world map, like one of the 2D Zeldas. And so Metroidvania style backtracking paired with Final Fantasy stuff, and I'm aware that Zelda did it first. So that just it's a genre convention that people associate with Metroidvania, and the and a plot that is very. It's an exploration of what kind of a society has adventurers, is what I would say, maybe? What kind of a society has adventurers? What kind of society does that make sense in? And I think that that's one of the only answers is the kind of society that we see in that game. So it'll be interesting to see if the second one's any good. I've been burned before. I'm sure it'll be good. I'm actually not sure it'll be good, but that it is socially appropriate to say that I'm sure it'll be good. I have no reason to believe it won't be. Is the sentiment. But it's kind of rude to put that sentiment in those words. At any rate, we have so many gems. Okay, we're going to loot until we fill our inventory, And then I think once we do that, we're actually going to do some serious digging into what kind of legendaries we have and figuring out what our actual goals are. Now that we have a mirror, we can meaningfully interact with like crafting stuff for the party as opposed to just crafting stuff for an individual character. And we need to get a couple of key things done in preparation for the transition to a more defensive build. We don't need to change our gearing in terms of like we don't need to change our stats. But I need to figure out. Everybody's wearing the right armor, but I need a shield. And I guess I should probably pick up all the ears, right? You know, you gotta use every part of the ogre. You know something that's really creepy that I find in Japanese media specifically is the number of times that characters will just like eat a like sapient creature that has like a culture is really very disturbing. Like people will be like eating orcs and goblins and shit, and they're like full on like tool using tribal like creatures, and it's like
There isn't any room.
you are
There isn't any room.
in a concerning mental state if you think that that is an acceptable thing to eat. Like, I'm not talking about, like... Because it's not, like, treated as cannibalism is the thing, right? But, like, the reason that cannibalism is a taboo is partially because of actual, like, medical reasons, but is mostly because the idea of eating a sapient creature,
No room. There isn't.
like the idea of farming a sapient creature for food is
No room.
a thing people are disgusted by. But apparently, not all people. Well, actually, that's the other thing that, you know, I find concerning about it is like, yes. Are you okay with this because you're okay with like eating sapient creatures? Or are you okay with this because you're really racist? And these things that are clearly based off of like real people, human people, don't flag as human to you. They don't flag as people to you. I don't know. I've always had like a weird aversion to D&D style. Like, yes, let's have them fight kobolds because kobolds are monsters. And it's like, man, kobolds can't be monsters and have tribes. You can't do both of those things. Not actually true. Freerun does it. Freerun kind of nails it. Speaking of like, what are the implications of your setting? Freerun actually, which, look, I wouldn't be shocked to find out that Freerun was written by a Nazi, but if it was, they have, like, they haven't demonstrated it in their work. But the way that the demons work is great. It's top tier. The way that they handle having a society of people who are explicitly, categorically evil by their nature. And the way that you do it is they don't actually have a society and they don't understand society. All they're doing is emulating behaviors that humans do because they can read humans' minds and, like, they are a predator of humans. Like, their thing is killing humans. I think it's a very interesting idea. It's similar to how, like, vampires are occasionally done, where it's like vampires don't have any empathy or morality. This is not true in all cases with vampires. Some vampires are people. But sometimes vampires aren't people. They are predators of people, and so they can emulate the behaviors of people, but they aren't people. In the same way that generative AI is emulating the behavior of a person, but is not a person, right? The Turing test is not a good test to determine whether something is a person or not, right? So, like, that's an interesting way to handle that situation in a way that, like, is not, like, intrinsically kind of creepy. And does it fall into,
It is closed.
like, the concern that it's like, okay, well, this does very strongly resemble certain anti-Semitic tropes? Yes. But the fact that Nazis dehumanize the people that they don't like is not shocking. So if you have human-adjacent, like, creatures that are, like, monsters, it's always going to fall into some... It's going to fall adjacent to something that the Nazis are doing, because that's just how they
Sure.
be. But the question is whether you are following up on their logic, which is no. Certainly not intrinsically.
We don't need it.
So let's see
We don't
here.
need it.
How did I get on that?
We don't
How
need
did
it. We
I
don't need it.
wander over? To
We don't
that?
need it.
It was something
We
about.
don't need it.
I somehow got to how
Sure.
creepy it is that eating people is normal in anime. Ogre ears. That's it. I got there from the ogre ears. Good call. I was like, how did I get to eating people? How did we get there?
Sure, we got ours.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing about Freerun is the best part of Freerun is the loneliness that Freerun has. And this is the classic problem with every, like, anime. For those who are unaware of Freerun, the principal conceit of Freerun is following an immortal creature as they revisit an event that was cataclysmically important to everyone else and was
What's your pleasure?
emotionally like relevant to them, but was like fundamentally kind of like a Tuesday, because not because the event itself wasn't like crazy and out of control, but because it's like when you've lived for 1,500 years, the shit that happens over the period of 5 years is like nothing. And it's an interesting it's an interesting piece about the fact that a thing doesn't, like a tiny part of your life, a tiny bit, can be extremely emotionally relevant to you and have very long-standing consequences, but also like the fleeting nature of these things, and like what does it mean to be an immortal when everybody else isn't, right? Like the first like few episodes, you're seeing like the burials of everybody, right? It's super interesting, and you have like the because you have the elf who's immortal, right, who lives forever, but then you also have a dwarf who lives a long time relative to the humans, and you see in seconds the deterioration of the humans, right, to the point of them dying. But then like when they're dead, the dwarf is old, so like it touches all of them, the mortality touches everyone except the protagonist. And that's a super interesting theme to explore. And the exploring the idea of like, okay, because of like, what's the word? There's a lot of really cool and interesting themes in the show. It's very interesting. The problem is that season 1 or 2, whatever season that we're on, I don't remember. The point where it has ended at this point is mostly a show about a couple of teenagers, and it isn't that interesting. Like, I don't actually care about these two characters. I can understand conceptually why they're important.
Practice session just started.
To like to the project, right? Because it's like, okay, well, how do we deal with, because you're seeing a kid who is like a grown adult at this point ish, I think.
Very
Is she an adult at this point? I don't know how old she is. She's probably 16, given the way that anime treats its adult characters. Like if you're 20, you're already over the hill in anime. It's like, oh man, back when I was young, I was able to do stuff, and it's like, you are 19. What are you talking about? Anyway, have not been super enthusiastic about the two kids, but I get it. I get why it's important to talk about legacy and what legacy means when you're a fucking immortal. Okay, I get what you're going for here or whatever, but it doesn't mean that I have to like looking at a bunch of fucking teenagers, okay? I don't give a shit about the teenagers and their magic school bullshit, okay? Though it is very funny and interesting to have a character who has credentials that are so ancient that they aren't accepted as credentials anymore. I think that you could actually do quite a lot with that, potentially. I don't know that they do, but you could, in theory, do quite a lot with that. That's a very fun and interesting concept to explore. I mean, it's not a super fun concept to explore. It happens to people, right? Like, there's a lot of people who their documentation gets destroyed in a fire or something like that because it was just stored in some library and the library got burned down or town hall got burned down, which is fundamentally similar to what's going on with Free Rent. Like, it touches on like a real world thing, but I don't know that those parallels are ever actually made. Point being, the first 5 episodes of Free Ren are legitimately amazing.
Great plan.
Gotcha.
We've done it.
And the fact that I don't like teenagers does not necessarily indicate that the quality has actually dropped. And might just be me not liking teenagers in general. Okay, so there was another set over there. I guess I should have just held out in the spot that I was. That was unfortunate luck.
I bet it's going to be bad.
Yeah, if she is 18, that's good. Like, that's indicative that they are, like... Because I think that the character looks like a young adult to me. Like, she looks like she would be about 18, right? Like, that seems like an appropriate age to describe her. And unfortunately, I'm now realizing I don't think that Soul Drinker is going to save me. I don't think that the healing is going to get me where I need it to get me. Well, I guess I probably should have done that differently. Okay, so let's pull. By pulling, we'll be able to get fewer of them. Because we'll be able to just pull a single pack. Was she that old? I thought she was like 8. I thought that time period was way longer. That's interesting. I thought she was like a little kid when she was introduced. I have Fantasia. I don't remember what she looked like. She might have looked exactly like a 14-year-old for all I know. These are just the vague associations that I have. Okay. Oh, I missed. That's bad.
Want some?
It might not seem like a huge deal, but when I'm up against the wall like this, running out of mana on Cassowary means when an enemy reaches melee range, I can't shoot it anymore. I can't hit it with my normal attack. I have to use the weak physical attack. And the physical attack is way, way weaker. So Cassowary's damage basically gets dropped to 0 if the enemies get in melee range and I don't have mana to just blow them up with a Fire Blast. So that's that's the reason that I felt the need to get out of melee with the Plagueborn thing, was because I can't hit it with my primary damage dealer. What I probably should have done was tried to... Should I save that? I think I will. We're going to save this because I think that this is a reasonable position to try to lock ourselves into. Like, for good or ill, this is a... This is a reasonable thing to have to deal with, right? Where it's like, okay, we've now got the setup, and how do we deal with it? I actually don't remember the layout of this place very well, even though I've been here recently. Like, I'm vaguely familiar with it, but not particularly familiar. So these pirate enemies shouldn't be too much of an issue, as long as I don't put myself in a corner. Where the fuck am I? Oh, okay. Again, I don't know the layout of this place very well, so when I started running into... a wall here, I didn't realize I was just running into this. I thought that this slope was steeper. What I was probably running into is just this, so it's probably right here. So, but I thought that it was like a steep thing, because I can't see it on the map right now. Now, one could say, well, you could zoom in the map so that you can actually see what you're doing, and that sounds a lot like cheating to me. That sounds a hell of a lot like cheating. That sounds...
Easy, Snail.
Okay, so what we're trying to do here is continue pulling this. Fuck. Okay. So now we have... Ooh, you are very fast, actually. Ooh. You are faster than I expected. Okay, I'm gonna have to... When I'm kiting these, I'm gonna have to kite them better.
We've done it.
So those are on the very cusp of death, where it's like they may or may not get one shot for the top tiers. Sounds terrible to me. I know what chat would do if they could control my mouse. Fucking kill me all day. The tagline is preventing yourself from winning is important, not letting chat prevent you from winning is important. Can you imagine if I had the ability to blame chat for my losses? Oh my god. I can't imagine a more toxic incentive. Ooh, that's bad. Okay, we're gonna go this way. This is a way better... Oh, I'm out of SP. Okay. With a mouse? I can zoom in my mouse. Like, it might be a little bit awkward to do it while... Or, sorry, zoom in my map. I don't... Why would I use the... Why would I use the mouse for that? You think I go over here and click these buttons? Jesus Christ. No. What kind of savage do you take me for? I know how a numpad works. Oh god, people use laptops now. They don't even have numpads. Oh god. I can't do it. I can't live life without a numpad. I'm sorry. If I have a laptop, I also have a keyboard for it because fuck that noise. There's no way I'm living my life without a fucking numpad. I am so spoiled. How could I live my life without a numpad? And a multi-button mouse? Excuse me? Like, you know back when I was young, the fucking computers at the schools only had one button? They didn't have two buttons on them? Crazy, right? There was no such thing as a right click on your goddamn Macs. There was none. Crazy stuff. Who doesn't move things around my house? Yep. Pretty bad. It is very funny how the company whose entire business policy
We've done it.
is like monopolization has been allowed to continue to exist for as long as it has. Like the express business model that Apple has had since the Macintosh. Like, we're talking about since the wee olden days, has always been illegal, like, expressly. Like, it is express... Monopolization is an illegal business practice. By which I mean, the attempt to create a monopoly is illegal. Monopolistic business practices are illegal because they create a monopoly. It's not like... they're not incidentally illegal. It's not like, oh, we have a bunch of rules that are meant to prevent a monopoly from forming. It's, we have laws against creating a monopoly. And then there are enforcement mechanisms where you have to demonstrate that basically there's a bunch of behavior that businesses can engage in that are only illegal if they are in pursuit of a monopoly. Right? The thing that's fundamentally illegal is the monopoly itself. Right? So that's an important thing to understand, is that monopolistic practices are intrinsically illegal. And so the fact that the basically stated goal of Apple the entire time has been the creation of a monopoly should just have put the business out of business because their business model is illegal. Fucking nationalize Apple, please. But anyway, it's just kind of interesting. There's a lot of stuff where it's like, oh yeah, well, you know, sure it's illegal, but like, do we care? Which is my understanding of how the monopoly case against Microsoft went. This is my understanding, right? Is that basically Bill Clinton told his Justice Department, it doesn't matter that it's illegal, we don't care that it's illegal, but it happened anyway. Right? And bear in mind, that is my my understanding of it based off of being a teenager and having my father tell me that. So I don't know the details. But given the obvious monopolistic practices that Microsoft has always engaged in, like, it's not exactly like... It's not an unfair analysis. Because the actual stance of basically every government since then has been monopoly is only illegal technically. We're going to allow the consolidation of every single enterprise into one giant mega corporation every time we're given the option to, right? Like, so monopoly is illegal on paper, but in reality is not, which is an interesting thing, right? Because there's something that, like, I think that I realized about, like, what white privilege means in America that's distinct from, like, a place that actually has rule of law. Which is that there's a lot of things... Basically, in America, everything is illegal. There's no legal way to do anything. If you're interacting with the government in any way, you're committing a crime. It's very difficult. Like, everything is illegal. Because the government doesn't give you a legal way to do things. And what that allows is for the government to just decide whether it wants to, like, go after anyone in the country. Because you can kind of just go after anyone that you damn well please. So what that means is that, generally speaking, you know, if you're poor, you're going to be gone after. If you're rich, you're not. For, like, way less criminal behavior, right? Like, there's a bunch of stuff that, like, a bunch of, like if you think of, like, white collar crime and what's implied by that, like, it's anyway, it's a whole thing. But yeah, it was an interesting dynamic because in Singapore, like, what the law is more or less pretty explicitly clear for the most part. Like, I don't have to break the law to get to the, like, what's the word? To get to the post office. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, so, like, in America, it'll be illegal to cross the street everywhere. So you can't cross the street. Like, there's no way to get across this road. Mechanically, if you're on this side of the road, you cannot legally get to this side of the road at all. There's no way to cross that street legally. Like, stuff like that is what I'm talking about. There's some, like, there's a lot of procedural stuff when you're talking to the government, where, because of how the whole thing is, like, oriented and designed, like you're basically, in order to do the thing that everyone is doing, you have to, like, do a crime about it, right? There's just a bunch of, like, stuff where it's like, oh yes, this is, like, the casual criminality of the American Angmo is truly baffling. Yes, I know that my family are Floridians, but, like, in America? No, they're not real. Some crosswalks exist in some places, but Strodes don't have crosswalks as a rule. You would have to walk, like, 6 miles to find a crosswalk. Maybe in a lot of places. Like, absolutely not. If any place that Strodes are a common phenomenon, no, you don't have crosswalks. That's the thing. When I'm talking about like them creating a situation where criminality is required, the basic infrastructure necessary to not commit a crime doesn't exist. There are no crosswalks on this road. If you want to cross this road, your options are to die of heat stroke or do it illegally. Those are your options. That's very common. Like, Stroads are all over the place, and they often do not have crosswalks in large swaths of them. So, like, yeah, okay, maybe there's a crosswalk 5 miles that way. And maybe there isn't. And you have no way of knowing which. Right? Like, yeah, no. There's lots of places in America where you cannot cross the road legally. And it's fine. Everybody just crosses the road illegally. It's fine, right? It's fine. You just cross the road illegally. However, if you happen to be black and a cop is feeling a certain way on a certain day, when you do that thing that everyone does because there's no way to not do it, they can go after you. And they will. And that's the thing. I'm trying to think of other, like, obvious examples of, like, creating a system of, like, implicit criminality where you have to do crimes. And, like, there's a bunch of... So a good example, actually, is not from the government, and it was an accident. It wasn't intentional. But there was a form that I was supposed to sign in order to get paid, okay, for my work. And I'm an American, right? I have American citizenship. I have an American passport. I'm an American. Legally speaking, I am an American person, right? An American person is a legally distinct thing that means a very specific thing. It means any resident of the United States or any person who is an American citizen, regardless of where they live. So I had a form that I was supposed to fill out that was a tax form. And I was basically asked, okay, you know, are you, you know... Basically, when I locked in my location, my physical location as being in Singapore, the form auto-locked me out of identifying as an American person. And so I had to, the form basically required that I indicate that I am not an American person, which is fraud. It's specifically tax fraud. I am an American person, but I'm not living in America. So this is what it was. Identifying as an American person required that I identify a resident status within the United States. Right? So it's like my address needed to be an American address to be an American person, and that's not how that works. I don't have an American address. I have a Singapore address. Right? I am a Singapore resident. So anyway, but as a result, I could either commit fraud by saying that I was a resident of a place that I am not, or I could commit fraud by saying that I'm not an American person. Either way of filling out the form is criminal. It's actionably criminal. Right? The IRS could come after me. They could throw me in prison for either choice. Right? That is the kind of thing that people have, like, all over, and they don't realize that it's like, no, this is actually, like, a problem. Because it's like, oh, well, you know, if no one's going to act on it, then does it matter that from a technical, legal perspective, what you're doing is a crime if, like, no one gives a shit, right? And the answer is, it matters that no one gives a shit. It matters because if they want to, they can go after anyone they want. And they're never going to come after me. I'm not going to be the target. I am very paranoid about this stuff. I very strongly avoid engaging in criminal behavior. I know that's like a shocking, like, hot take to avoid criminal behavior, but like I do. I do in fact avoid doing criminal behavior categorically. And the world that we live in is not super conducive to that strategy of interacting with the world. There's a lot of rules in a lot of institutions, including governments, that are incredibly vague, right? And this is actually a problem that people run into with, like, when they're thinking about, like, political shit. Because, like, the Don't Say Gay laws in Florida and stuff like that, those kinds of laws, they make it illegal to talk about the fact that you're heterosexual as well, right? They make it illegal to reference your heterosexual relationships too. And people, like, try to use that as a gotcha to be like, oh, well, you know, you could just, like, report people for talking about their husbands. And it's like, well, no, you can't report your woman teacher for talking about her husband because the cops won't come after her. They will come after your gay teacher for engaging in equally criminal behavior, right? Which is to say, behavior that shouldn't be criminal but has been criminalized, right? Because the law is not actually a thing that is enforced with any degree of regularity. It's always been enforced selectively against specific groups of people. So if you make a law that allows you to go after people for certain types of speech, it's not ever going to be used against the people who made it. Unless in, you know, very Stalin fashion, you know, they end up finding themselves on the outside of the upcoming fascist regime, right? Like, but
Okay.
But yeah, like, I remember being a teenager in Minnesota, and the kind of casual criminality that was engaged with, where it's like, it is presumed that it doesn't matter that you're committing a crime as long as you meet certain demographic characteristics, right? And it's like, it's true, like, it doesn't matter, like, you're not going to be got for committing this crime, but maybe you should think about why it was made illegal if they're never going to get you for doing it. Like, why do they have these laws, right? Like, what is it about a sundown town, right? Like, what is the law for there, right? What is the sundown town laws for? For those who aren't aware, sundown town refers to places with laws that are very explicitly set up so that anyone that they feel like, they can just arrest on the street. Like, you're not allowed to walk outside after sundown and shit like that, right? That is obviously not actually enforced locally, but if anyone that they don't want shows up in town, they can just throw them in prison.
No room.
Right? Weirdly enough, it's actually referenced in a cartoon that I saw as a kid, and I didn't know what the reference was. But, and the way that the thing is handled ends up going in a weird direction, unfortunately. But there was, like, you know, there was some character who was like, I don't know what they were. It's one of the... Yeah, curfews generally apply to teenagers, right? Being out past curfew is of variable threat level. That's something teenagers are a threatened class in that way, where teenagers are actually gone after for certain specific types of things,
No room. I have too much.
like curfew stuff and things like that, which those local ordinances are there to go after like teenagers of all brands. But yeah, the thing about the cartoon thing is that I'm trying to remember what the cartoon even was, and I just don't recall which cartoon it was. But it was basically like this guy gets into town and is like basically arrested for speeding, and the speed limit sign that indicates that it is like this little tiny sign on the side of the road that's like the size of this cup, right? And the cop uses that as a way to like arrest him, and like then it turns out that the cop is also the judge, which is another very small town kind of vibe. Is like, yes, every step of this process, one guy is in charge of. That's definitely not going to cause any problems whatsoever. And there's not a lot you can do about that, right? Like that's a structural issue that's tied to the fact that the town is small, right? That's not like I don't blame small towns for having a fundamentally corruptible system when it's a component of the size. And anyway, so it ends up being this whole like kangaroo court thing where the guy's just fucking with him. But then like at the very end, and I think this is probably, now that I think about it, this is probably some sort of censorship, was at the very end it finds out that he was like an escapee from the local insane asylum and wasn't an actual cop or an actual judge, right? Which, looking back on it, disrupts from the actual message in a considerable way. Like, it's unfortunate that they made that creative decision because it works better to discuss like real things like sundown towns. There. But the other thing to bear in mind is that like curfews, I think curfews might be illegal for adults. Like, I think you pretty much have to like declare a state of emergency to get a curfew. I don't think you can have like an actual curfew in the United States. And I think the specific reason for it is that curfews are exclusively used to create sundown towns. Like, that's the purpose of it, is to make it criminal to exist in public space at all, so that you can selectively enforce that to purge anyone that you want from public spaces at will.
Sure, we got armor.
Right? Like that's the function of a thing like a curfew, is to be like, okay, we make it so that we can at any time arrest whoever we want. Though obviously with the curfew, technically it's not at any time, it's after this time period. Yes, I'm aware. But like, you can at any time simply arrest someone for the crime of existing.
We don't need it.
And then by extension of that, you can do whatever you want. Which is interesting because some places have made that illegal. It's against, I believe, the California Constitution, at the very least, to pass laws against a state of being. Right? So, like, you can't make it criminal to, like, to camp in the streets if the state doesn't provide housing.
We don't need it.
Like, if you can't not be in the street, like, basically it's the government's responsibility to prove that you're in the street because you choose to be, as opposed to because, like, there isn't a meaningful option, right? And they have to prove that it is, in the immediate sense, an immediate choice of, like, I have the option at any time to simply stop being here, right? Which is a high bar, which is why in California
I have some special pieces for you.
it's much harder to legally, like, raid homeless encampments and to throw them all in prison and stuff like that, right? It's a much harder to do that in California than in other places because you can't just make it a crime and throw someone in prison for being poor, right? Now, in other places, you can. You can throw people in prison for being poor. It's a thing you can just do. It has to be made explicitly illegal to do that, right? You have to make a law that says... You have to make a constitution, right? A more overriding law that says, no, you cannot, in fact, simply arrest people for poverty. Like, that cannot be the offense.
It's locked.
There has to be... Did I get a key? Do I have to go all the way back? No. I can go to the... Yes. The watchtowers aren't what I need. I need this place over here. And this place wasn't locked. There was an interior area that was sealed off. But yeah, there's a Singapore movie
It locked.
called Just Follow Law that I've seen, like, I think that my wife's parents had it or something. Like, it was just some random, like, I don't know, like, it's some comedy of some sort, right? Like, think like Dude, Where's My Car, but Singaporean, maybe? I don't know. I have not seen the movie. That's the vibe I got off of the cover art. But, like, or maybe, like, Hot Fuzz? I don't really know. It's some sort of comedy, and it's called Just Follow Law. And one of the things that I think is very interesting is that title has stuck in my head because of the fact that I am, generally speaking, very rules abiding and want the rules to be correct. I'm the kind of person where I am very aggressively pro having rules, and for those rules to be good rules that are actually, like, globally enforceable, right? I like to have coherent rules. And one of the things that I find interesting, like, every time I go back to the States, is the fact that I feel like in Singapore, I can just follow the law. For the most part, in Singapore, I can be a law-abiding citizen. And every single time I go back to America and try to do something the way that I'm supposed to do it,
There isn't any.
it isn't actually done that way. Nobody actually does the thing the way that they say that they do it. It's just not... The rules are not actually the rules. This is not actually how things are done. When I went to go get my driver's license renewed, the website says, "Oh, okay, you'll have to retake the written test if, like, your license is actually expired, right?" And my license had been expired for, like, years at this point, right? And so I did all the reading, and of course the test is terrible, and sorry, not the test is terrible. The reading materials for the test are absolute garbage, and they lie all over the place in it. Like there's a bunch of, like, really blatant errors about things. Like, I'm trying to remember the specific details, but, like, there was something to do with, like, the threat levels involved with, like, different speeds, where the thing that they wrote on the page, which is a thing that I'm going to be tested on. I'm going to be tested based off of the materials that they have provided. The thing that they wrote on the page was incoherent and didn't make mathematical sense. Like, it was not... The math simply did not math. I was like, what the fuck is this is not correct. Like, I know just looking at it that this is not correct because the math is wrong, right? And so I ended up like trying to look at to identify like what the fuck they were even talking about, because there was this like weird like misinformation about something that was like actually relevant that people get correct information on. These are the official materials provided by the Florida government, by the way. This is like, I'm looking at the official materials that they have provided that are the direct like analogs for the test itself. So I know that the test is also based off of this. And so the test is going to test me on the misinformation that they are providing here. So it's important for me to understand what the misinformation is so that I don't accidentally answer correctly, right? This is a problem that I've always had in schooling, is that I have to identify, okay, well, what is the person who set the test wrong about, so that I can change my answer to be appropriate to how they are wrong. I need to be wrong in the correct way. Anyway, but I remember like the just like it was fundamentally wrong, and then like I could identify by like Googling it, I could identify the piece of information
I have some special pieces for you.
This random intern who was given the task of doing this read off of like some study, and then misunderstood the information that was being done because they didn't have enough mathematical knowledge to understand it, and then tried to simplify the thing that was being said here, right? They tried to simplify a thing that they did not understand, and so they just spouted some gibberish that was simply wrong. It was obviously wrong to anyone who knows math because, again, the math wasn't adding up. It was like, well, this can't be true because if this was true, then X, right? Like, obviously incorrect. So there's two types of gems. The normal gems like this, I just have sitting in my inventory because the Merge mod added a quest line that asks for a bunch of random bullshit, and I can never remember the exact things that are asked for, and so I just don't get rid of any gems or reagents for most of the gameplay until I finish up the Merge mod quest, at which point I just purge my entire inventory of all of them. Stockpiling gems is something that I do in a lot of these games until I get to GM Merchant anyway, assuming I'm going to get to GM, but until I get to whatever Merchant level I'm going to get to as a default. It's excessive. I don't need to store this many gems. Like, these are all just normal amethysts. I know I don't need this many amethysts. I could sell a bunch of these amethysts, but it's my particular breed of neurodivergency that if I'm going to sell one of these, I want to sell all of them. But in addition, Ma also has crafting materials that look exactly the same. So these are crafting amethysts, not amethysts, right? So like these are actually used for crafting. So I have more of them than is necessary, but not as many more as you'd think. I wouldn't describe myself as a hoarder.
Have a good one.
Now, I'm trying to think if there's anyone else I can point to who wouldn't describe me as a hoarder, and I am failing to come up with any examples of people who are not me who wouldn't describe me as a hoarder. So there is that. Can we come up with a hypothetical person who would not describe me as a hoarder, who is not me? And I am struggling to come up with a hypothetical person who would not. This is the wrong place. But yeah, the reason that education is such a joke is because it's publicly funded and therefore benefits black people. I hate to tell you, but the reason the American education system is as bad as it is because the median white American has made it their like goal in life to ensure that no programs of any sort ever benefit a black person for the last like 80 years. And it's influenced politics in ways that are just like unbelievably broad. Right? Like it's truly like mind-boggling. Like, you know, like other places don't have homeowners associations, right? Like, homeowners associations were created for the purpose of keeping black people out of the neighborhood. Like, you know that, right? Like, that's a thing. I remember making a joke about that over Christmas, just like offhand, because people were talking about like how fucking terrible homeowners associations were, and I'm like, yeah, they were probably invented to fuck over black people. And like, I said it as a joke, but like it wasn't. It was the kind of joke where I'm like, this is probably true, and I googled it, and yeah, it was 100% true. Homeowners associations are like derivative of like the white workers' councils or whatever, or white or something like that, right? Yeah, and it's like, yeah, your neighborhoods are just run by gangs. Yeah, exactly. That is exactly what it is.
No room. No room.
And they haven't always been, right? The thing is that when housing discrimination explicitly became illegal, it became illegal to explicitly discriminate in housing, they had to come up with a way to discriminate against people and keep them out of neighborhoods without making it illegal for black people to move into the neighborhood, right? And so there's a bunch of, you know, gangster shit that they had to get up to make sure that, you know, they had a mechanism to keep people out. It's wild, but it's like that's where it comes from, and it hurts everyone. Like all of the really like antisocial shit, like the worst aspects of American society directly tie into specifically anti-black racism. The reason I say specifically anti-black racism is because there is a meaningful distinction between the kind of racism that America does to its black residents versus racism broadly and racism in America against non-black people. There's like, it's a different dynamic, okay? These were people who were enslaved, and a good portion of the American country, of the American white people, wish that these people were still enslaved. It's different. It is very, very different than the way that they feel about like Chinese people or something. There's a lot of racism against Chinese people. There is not the same kind of like belief that they are subhuman and also have gotten away with something, which is the way that I would describe the way that like racism against like the racism of a black of a white Southerner is the kind of racism that's the kind of thing that a person who has had their slave escape feels. They still have the mentality of slavers, which makes sense because they're taught that the slavers were the good guys in their schools. Which, again...
Join the party.
Yeah.
Good luck sleeping.
It's pretty
Enjoy
bad.
the party. Any delicacy you like.
But yeah, I do think that, like, I think that it's hard for people who
Sure, we got armor.
haven't
Jump,
grown up with it,
jump.
or who haven't seen it on full display, to realize that it comes from, like, a different place and, like, a different, like it's fundamentally a different kind of thing than the kind of racism that you get in
Jump.
like
Jump.
in against, like, other races, right? It's just like it's a very, like, specific, like, ooh, like, this is like this. It's almost not racism. It's almost like a personal grudge against. It's almost like a personal grudge against, like your boss has over the fact that you formed a union, right? Like it's almost like that dynamic is, like, added onto it, and I think that is what it is. It's a mixture of, like, racism, of, like, let's just make a bunch of stupid, nasty lies about a group of people, and then you're pairing that with these people are supposed to be working for me for free, and I should be able to do anything that I want to them, which is not a thing that is associated with, like, any other group of people,
Well,
right? Like, there's no other group of people
I
that
have
people
some
are just
special
like,
pieces
oh, well,
for you.
that's not entirely true. Women. So it's like, it's
Have a good one.
racism and misogyny paired together is almost what you get, like, with, like, there's, like, an intersection between, like, the tropes associated with both that is paired together to create the sort of, like, specific details of anti-black racism in the United States. But so the thing about humanity is that humans are machines that are good at adapting to their environment. That's what we do. We're adaptation engines, right? The reason that people are as racist as they are is because they're raised to be. Racism was invented by a French dude. The concept of race was invented to justify the slave trade. It's not an intrinsic component of humanity. So, the reason for racism is imperialism, right? And imperialism is, again, not a fundamental human drive. It is a drive that people are given by an environment of imperialism. If we change our society, if we change our economic models, if we change our governmental structures to be less oppressive or not oppressive, I mean, good luck making them not oppressive at all, but if we manage it, then that's great. But we'll give us a few hundred years for that one. But if we can make our structures less or not oppressive, then it is very reasonable to think, that we have a bolster level in Might Magic 6 of 148, we can head over there, that it's very reasonable to think that we can have a humanity that is not evil. Because humans aren't intrinsically evil. There's nothing intrinsic about humans that makes them do bad things. It is the societies that we have created that create replications of the larger structures all the way from top to bottom. So when you have a society that's built on violence, you'll get violence from top to bottom. That is fundamental. And yeah, it's hard to get there, right? But we can get there. Like, it is possible for us to get there. So, I have not given up on humanity. I don't think that, like, look, I don't think that we're fixing the Nazis. Like, generations can be lost. Like you can have just generations of people where it's like, yeah, this entire generation of human beings is kind of a wash, and they're all going to be terrible for the rest of their lives. Like there's not going to be a point where they go, oh, maybe doing all of that crazy evil shit was bad. Actually, it didn't happen with the Nazis. The Nazis never came around. Important thing to understand: Reconstruction in America failed because so you know how people are so proud of the fact that Lincoln created a fucking, thinger of rivals, and it's like, oh, it's so impressive that he created a thing of rivals. Well, you know who his major rival was on like every issue? His vice president. And guess what happens when you get shot in the fucking head? When you get shot in the fucking head, your vice president becomes president and undoes everything that you have accomplished. All of Reconstruction was put to a stop, not because Lincoln was assassinated, but because Lincoln put rivals in positions of power instead of putting allies in positions of power. Lincoln probably wouldn't have been assassinated if the next person in line wasn't a person that they wanted to put in power. They probably wouldn't have bothered assassinating him. Anyway, important thing to know. So every time like it's usually a fucking Republican, but like it's often those fucking the fucking centrist Dem bullshitters goes like, oh, Lincoln created a thing of rivals. Bipartisanship is important. Blah 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 blah. It's very important to remember the reason Reconstruction failed. The reason that we have all those Confederate monuments up. The reason that like sundown towns were a thing for so long, the reason that to this day the lost cause narrative is being taught, which is the thing that was invented in the last century. That shit wasn't invented in the 1800s. The Confederates knew who they were. They knew that what they wanted was defending slavery. It wasn't until like 50 years later when their grandchildren were like, oh, but racism's bad, isn't it? And they said, and some fucking like assholes came up with the idea of the lost cause narrative, okay? It wasn't the states' rights thing. Nobody was saying that 150 years ago. That is a new invention that was created. And the only reason that those were allowed to be created, the only reason for that is because Lincoln had his, fondness for putting people who he politically thought were evil into positions of power directly underneath him to be his immediate successors so that they could undo everything that he had wrought. Lincoln is a massive failure as a politician, specifically because of this like nonsense bipartisan bullshit. Anyway, they literally killed him. These things spawned right behind me and I didn't notice because I was in this. Anyway, so the point being is that humanity is not intrinsically evil. We have structures that we have created that have evil ends. But we are not the beasts of the field. That is not what we are. We are sapient creatures with the ability to choose to be better. Which is a thing that, like, a T-Rex can't do. Look, I'm sorry to come at the T-Rexes, but look, T-Rexes are not intrinsically monsters. They are monsters of their circumstance. But they also don't create their circumstance and have no ability to change it. They will be monsters by default, and will always continue to be monsters until a human intervenes to stop it. And by a human intervenes to stop it, I mean they are carnivores. They will go hunt and murder other creatures unless someone creates artificial meat for them. Which is fine. Whereas humans, we choose. We're the ones who would be making the artificial meat. We're the ones making the choices. Not as individuals necessarily, right? But as collectives, as groups, we have the ability to choose what kinds of systems that we create, and whether we create systems that will be good or systems that will be, you know, slavery and fascism. Well, I don't think they were intrinsically evil either. They were a product of their environment. It doesn't mean that they're not responsible for their actions, right? And I think that everyone is... This is my hot take that I came up with as a kid because people are constantly talking about, like, you know, well, if it's not my fault, then why am I being punished for it when you're a kid? But, like... And I think it's a fundamentally not terribly interesting question. Because I don't think that it's anybody's fault, like, on, like, a practical level, because we are all just products of our environment. But it is your responsibility. And I don't have to deal with you, right? Like, if you know, if you're a fascist, I don't think it's your fault that you're a fascist. Because I don't believe in the concept of personal fault, because I don't believe in the concept of, like, person in that way. There's no way to really separate our, like... There's no way to separate us from our environment, so it's not an interesting question, so I just don't bother with it, right? Like, but it is your responsibility what you do. Regardless of whether it's your fault that you did it or not, it's your responsibility to deal with it, right? And that, so anyway, that's
No room.
you know, I'm a big fan of individual responsibility in certain contexts. But the individual responsibility in question is limited by what you have power over. Right? So, anyway. It's a difficult world out there. And I think it's important to remember that we can do better. It's important to remember that we can do better. And that, like, you know, all of the, you know...
No room. I have too much.
Like, every time we have a new rise of Nazis, it's not, like, an accident, right? It's like, oh, yeah, we have another rise of Nazis because gravity pulls, like... wealth and power in a very specific way. But we can fucking fly. We can defy the, like, we can defy gravity. And I believe that we can defy social gravity as well. I think that that's a thing that can be done. I think that economic and social gravity
No room.
There isn't any room.
is no more binding on us than the gravitational pull of the Earth. And I would argue that in a lot of ways it's a lot easier to defy the social gravity. Now, the issue, of course, is that the social gravity creates the people who would be defying it. Right? Like, that is obviously a thing, right? That, okay, well, people are being created who will support the system because the system has a vested interest in that happening. But, like, the system isn't real, man. It's, like, not a person. It doesn't have agency, right? Like, it's just a collection of... It's a machine that is constructed from the collective action of billions of people doing what they're doing. And... changing the behavior of billions of people is actually remarkably easy, and we kind of do it all the time, right? Like, so, like, most people are, like, vaguely familiar with, like, the way that, like, Nestle kind of killed a bunch of kids by, like, by telling their parents that their breast milk was poison, and so they should use formula instead. And that was like a whole thing that like I think became common knowledge at some point. It was recently brought to my attention the scope of that, and I did not have any idea like how wide the scope was. I thought it was like a few ad campaigns in like a few countries. And that is not what it was. It is, because it's still going on, a like... I guess I should probably finish clearing the dungeon before I go teleport out to do loot stuff. The water shenanigans are very minor compared to... and the water shenanigans, to be clear, are a very big deal, but compared to what they have done to basically make it so that humans can't feed their own offspring is really, like, incredibly sinister. Like, they're funding hospital wings to be built on the precondition that the place that the infants are being placed is far away from where the people give birth, with the explicit purpose of making it a pain in the ass for the nurses to go get the kid to be brought to the mother for feeding. And to make it, basically to change the gravitational pull of the hospital so that it leans more toward defaulting to formula as opposed to defaulting to breastfeeding. They're up to that kind of shit in America, which is not where I'm standing right now. They tried to pull some bullshit in Singapore, and apparently the Singapore government is one of the few places that push back on them. But Nestle's gone to some insane lengths and has probably killed like millions of infants. Like tens of millions, maybe? Hundreds of millions? It's like hard to say the scope of how many children have died of malnourishment because their parents can't breastfeed because, fun fact, if you don't start doing it immediately, you never can. You have to start breastfeeding immediately. You don't have the option to wait and do it later. There is no later. You do it now, or your body goes, okay, we're not doing this, and moves on. I don't remember where the switch is. Okay, yes, I do remember where the switch is. Right, we need to click on the gizmo in the middle. I'm going to save right in front of it. Luckily, we've gotten to 100% completion, so we can get this done. Let's see. Just created a fire aura scroll? But yeah, they also have done a bunch of shenanigans with water. They've done a bunch of bad shit, it turns out. Turns out Nestle as a corporation has done innumerable crimes. Like, the war crimes of most countries don't, like, pale in comparison to the crimes against humanity that Nestle has committed. Like, and I do mean that sincerely. Like, that is, like, the world that we live in, right? Where it's like, oh yeah, like, and the reason that they're doing it is not because the people at Nestle individually are individually monsters. There are a couple of monsters that got involved, let's be clear. Like, you have to be pretty monstrous, and I'm gonna say probably a lot of it had to do with racism as well. But like, you have to be pretty monstrous to like right, where's the switch? I just remembered where the switch was, and now I've forgotten where the switch is again. Which means that the process can't be restarted for most of the people that we're talking about. If you cannot afford formula, you cannot restart the process. You're not buying hormones to shove into your body to replicate childbirth, right? Like, that's not a thing that's happening. Like, that's a thing that, like, rich people in the first world can do. But if you're in if you're someone in sub-Saharan Africa who was told that your breast milk is bad and it works on you for a few weeks, and then somebody tells you, no, that's actually bullshit, you can breastfeed your child, it's fine, they can't do it. But they also can't afford the formula, which means their child dies. It just means their child dies. Every time someone who can't afford to purchase formula is given 3 weeks of formula for free for when they get back home, their child dies. That's just what happens. Maybe they manage to give them some fucking rice gruel or something like that. Maybe they manage to find a way to keep that child alive. But when Nestle gives out free formula, what they're doing is killing children. Right? And again, that's only the case in places where there's a bunch of people who can't afford it, which is, like, honestly everywhere. It's really expensive everywhere. In the United States, I'm sure there are people whose children grew up malnourished and damaged or died of malnourishment because of watered down formula. Because they just couldn't afford to afford to feed their child. And they were given a bunch of free formula at the hospital, and then they can't breastfeed anymore. It's crazy. Like, the degree of evil involved, and the degree of, like, the degree of horror. Oh, right, I need to actually hit the switch. It's like truly mind-boggling. So just, like, thinking about it, like, on a practical level is like, oh wow, like, the implications of such, like, because it's so easy, like, it's such an easy business decision to make, and the consequences of like, just for lack of a better term, like, formula addiction to an impoverished family, truly mind-boggling. Truly mind-boggling. Not everyone can... formula is not evil. There's nothing about baby formula that's evil or bad. It's very important in a society where, like, we are as separated from each other as we are, that, like, we have options that aren't finding another person who has given birth recently to, ask them because you can't do it, right? Like, there's definitely, like, a degree of there's a lot of, like, important stuff that is tied, like, socially, that's tied into that, some of which could be made better simply by making our society better, right? Like, it would be nice if people weren't as socially isolated as they are, right? Like, formula is not exactly fixing... Formula, in a lot of ways, created the problem that it exists to fix. It's that perfect kind of product that, like, by using the product, you can't ever stop using it, both individually and, more importantly, as a society, right? Like, a society where, like, a good portion of the society... it's similar to the dynamic with social media penetration, where if you have sufficient penetration in society, everyone kind of has to go to you. which is how social media works, where it's like, if everyone is on your platform, no one has a choice in platforming, right? And if everyone is using formula instead of breastfeeding their kids, and you can't do it yourself, you don't have the option of like asking someone else for help because they can't help you, right? They because they can't do it physically. Anyways, it's wildly alarming, the kind of shit that corporations get away with.
There is no room. There isn't any room. No room.
And I do think that if you look at almost any of the kinds of like really shady shit that corporations get away with, the bulk of those things that they're getting away with, they start doing it to like minority groups first, right? It's not exclusively black people that they're doing it to. I'm not going to reload for that. I don't think. I don't think anything. I don't think I get anything unique out of that thing. I'm not going to worry about it. Let's see here. We need to take this teleporter, but we don't need to. I don't think we need to take the pre-teleporters to get to anywhere. I think that there's the one trap. I don't think there's more than one. Though it would be kind of interesting to hit all the buttons and see what they do. I just don't remember there being anything of value.
No room. No room. There isn't any
No room.
Anyway, despite how terrible humanity can be,
There isn't any room.
I do think that
No room.
we will do better at some point. I do believe that. I mean, if we survive to get to that point. Like, the thing with fascism is the fascists are really fucking dumb. Can you imagine what would happen if Hitler, that fucking moron, had the fucking bomb? Can you imagine how that would have gone? Oof. Like, that would have gone very badly for the world if Hitler had the bomb. And
I have too much.
so, and now, you know, now we're getting to live that and see what it means. Exciting stuff. Exciting stuff. Don't have a lot of space. We do have some. You know what we should do? We should destroy the Book of Liches. We're evened up. We can... I guess we can just check what's in here. It's not that crazy. So we can do this. That takes up the bulk of that space. We can't fit that one. Do we have anything else in here? It might just be this. If it's just this, I think we can handle it.
No room.
Okay. It's just you. It's just you. We might even be able to fit it in their inventory. This is the inventory that's going to save us a lot of time and energy.
I have too much.
So we get this over here, and this down here, and then I believe we can just...
No room.
We can, but we can do that. Perfect. Nailed it. Are there two? Nope, there's just the one. Okay, so we've cleared this out. We can beacon back to the mire, and we've cleared that area. Why did we take falling damage? Shouldn't levitate prevent falling damage?
This is good.
Oh! Okay. This is a perfect ring for our durability arc. So we probably have some garbage we can replace. This has int as its primary stat. Let's go ahead and toss that. So this gives us double AC from armors on the character who is wearing plate. And it gets double personality and of the gods, which is exactly the stats that we need. So this is like a perfectly itemized piece for transitioning to higher durability without sacrificing the pure emphasis on DPS in terms of itemization. Which I approve of, because the legendary effects don't stack. We'll be able to have every DPS effect that we want without worrying about it. That's excellent.
We don't need it.
Alright, so next on our agenda,
This item's weak. This item's weak.
Jump.
Jump.
oh, we got the Longseeker bow. Okay. So, let's turn in the Book of Liches. What was it? Yes, there's a similar structure here, okay. Okay. Okay, bolster level in Might Magic 6 is now the lowest. We're going to head back to Might Magic 8. And I just saved while right next to an enemy. So I just wasted a bunch of food. That's fine though. Let's TP over to New Sorpigal, and then we'll go to Regna. And we killed the dragons already. We cleared out the fleet. Wait, are we like done on Regna? Did we finish Regna already? I think we might have finished Regna. Oh right, we need to turn in this quest. So let's do the quest turn in. But yeah, I think Regna's finished. Does that mean we just have the elemental planes? Okay, perfect. That gave us enough EXP on its own to pump the bolster level of the other two again. So, we are going back to Might Magic 6 immediately. Shouldn't I have to go to 7? Why can I go to 6? Because the two of them were equal. Ooh. We just got a bit of overkill on 6. Okay. So 6, we just finished up Darkmoor. We can go to Mire the Damned. We cleared the quest here. We go talk to the Oracle. And the Oracle tells us to go to Dragonsand. And then we start clearing Dragonsand, I think. Do we have anything else that we need to do before we head to Dragonsand? I don't know what we do. don't actually know which one we didn't do. I'm gonna guess this one. And EXP bolster level of Might Magic 7. So we can pop over to 7. And in 7 we were working on Thinger. Oh, actually, do we want to do that right now, or do we want to do some inventory management? Let's do inventory management first.
Don't touch the merchandise.
So, sell this, sell this, sell this. Okay. We're so close to the end. Do I want to...
Come back soon.
Looking for a weapon?
I've been stockpiling skill points in part because I'm thinking that I might invest into Thingamabower. Do we need this for something?
Come again.
I can't believe we got such a good ring for what our next phase is going to look like. It's like the perfect time to find it.
It is closed.
It's like a... Yeah, that's like a 30% damage reduction right there. It's not bad. That's not bad at all. Okay. So what am I doing next? Do I want to dick around in my inventory or just head straight to Might and Magic 7? Let's do 7. Because going to Might and Magic 7... Oh, we weren't doing Stone City, were we? We're dicking around doing the Dark Side quests. Let's do the Pit. The spawning pit here is... Okay.
I love the taste of blood.
So there's a swapper here. It's a concern. As it pulls a fuck ton of enemies toward me. I'm gonna stand right here in the hopes that that doesn't happen. Shit, I just wasted a fireball. Probably dead here. If they trickle, I might be okay. We might be able to kill the swapper like this. If we can kill the swapper like this, then we're pretty much golden. The behemoths are not going to be an issue because they're purely melee. Yeah, Swapper's toast. Normal fire elemental, it's not a boss. I don't know how many elementals are still down here. Okay. Some. That's venomous. Okay, we need to cure you. Fuck. I'm definitely dead. Fuck. Came around the corner and didn't get hit? I don't know how I didn't get hit there, but... Holy shit! Holy shit! Whoa!
We've done it.
What the fuck? Okay. There's a slope there that I didn't realize existed. If we had got... There's a trap on this bridge?
Let's get up.
I can't believe I got killed by the bridge. I killed 2 bosses. And then died to the bridge. Okay, well, we're not going this way, because in that way lies madness. Just gonna hold the button down until these die. I was looking for, like, a clever way to be able to angle a faster kill here. Is that everybody? That's everybody here. We have 20 food. I'm going to go ahead and make a save here. No. There's a boss here. And we can deal with this boss pretty easily, actually. Unless I... You stupid motherfucker. You stupid bastard. Do I have all of these weapons and I don't have the one weapon that's actually useful? I have all of these artifacts, and I put the artifact that makes me immune to fire into the thing. So I have the ability to negate this boss completely, because it does fire damage and it's a fixator, so it'll automatically target the character with the lowest HP. So I have the ability to do that on this party. Mostly just to have like a cool thing to show off. It's like a fun combo, which is it's forced to attack the person with the lowest HP. The person with the lowest HP is, never mind. Well, they have the lowest percent HP. I don't know which one it is. So never mind. It might not have worked anyway. But basically, you can choose who the fixator is going to target. And by choosing who the fixator is going to target, you could make them target somebody who's immune to it, and that's cool. And I should have been able to do it, and I couldn't, and it makes me sad that I couldn't. Now, would I expose myself to an attack just for that anyway? No. No, I wouldn't, because I think these can cast Fireball, which would kill me anyway. But, because it targets the whole party. But that's beside the point. Am I going to walk forward because it's a pain in the ass to only be able to hit this at a couple points during its movement pattern? I think I might be willing to take the risk just because I'm impatient. You can tell when you have ADHD when impatience is like laziness to you, where it's like, ah, yes, I'm too lazy to stand in one place, and that's like emotionally correct. That's like, it's not like an incorrect usage of the language. It is in fact the correct usage of, like, yes, it takes way more energy to just fucking sit here waiting for it to die slowly. That's more energy intensive. Okay, we can loot things over here. Are these dropping loot? Do we actually get loot on this? I don't think so, right? Like, even in Maw, we still don't get loot from these. We can get into the grain. Perfect. So, with that being the case, we can save this under dungeon. We have 5 saves left. Okay. We skip the middle of the bridge, and we get to here, which I don't think has anything, but I just wanted to get over here to be sure. And rather than go over the bridge again, we'll just go down. Okay.
There isn't any room. There isn't any room.
There's
No room.
plenty of room. Don't worry about it. So, unfortunately, most of the things in here are by default immune to fire. I'd actually forgotten how many traps there are in this building. Like, there's apparently a shrapnel trap here. Not a trap. It's a blaze trap, I think. Like, I'm now remembering it. But unfortunately, there is a shadow boss over there, so I need to play it a bit safe. There's one more that was approaching through this hallway. It unfortunately has not gotten all the way here, but that's fine. Are those going to move into a position that I can hit them? It looks like it, yeah. So we're just going to keep poking these.
Want some?
That one is in the same position that the others were in. So we managed to hit them around a corner. That one is still over there for some reason. I'm gonna go save, actually. We have made a decent bit of progress through here. We still have 4 saves left, and this upcoming part is the part where it's easiest for me to just get myself killed by coming around a corner and instigating the enemies and blowing up my entire party. So Okay, that is not the pack with the shadow. The pack with a shadow, that might actually be the shadow, but probably not. I think it's the, it was the shadow.
Any room? No room. There isn't any room.
Too much.
Cast any room.
I'd be under its effects already.
No room.
Okay. So the Shadow Fire Elemental is right here. Okay, that hit. This. Okay, we can hit from here. Swap you to Light Bolt.
Ready.
We're burning through a lot of mana for very little game here. There's not a lot of circumstances where we're gonna hit big packs. So we were hitting them in here, which means probably there's nobody in this room. Okay.
I might be able to use it.
We got the Divine Intervention book, and we immediately use it. Immediately. I'm surprised that that corner is not in the green, honestly. Alright, let's go save. And then we have one big pack left to deal with. And then once we've got that pack done, I think we're pretty much in the clear. The behemoths are not going to be an issue. They just are too...
We've done it.
They're too squishy at this point to really matter. Those are all staying put for now. That could have killed me, but it didn't. Nobody's entered that middle room yet. Oh god, there's Gogs.
Who's next?
Okay. And I guess we could just hit all the switches now. I believe all of these are elementals. So we've gotten the two that are behind me cleared out. I'm gonna save again. After this, we'll have one save left. So we can save this under danger. We have one save left to do. And then... Okay, can cast telekinesis on this. And I believe this opens the bridge. I'm gonna stand here holding S because there we go. I believe so I could if I wanted. I could if I wanted just kind of like jump down there, I think. Go. That's probably the more fun way to do it. Rather than taking these pot shots. But though it is kind of funny just having the shots going all over the place. Okay, we've got one pulled here. Okay. What? Why are you doing normal attacks and not shooting? What the fuck was going on there?
Nope.
Looting these.
I have too much.
I just realized I jumped down and didn't loot all the things up there. That's probably fine. Okay, it doesn't matter. We can get back up this way, so. Which I actually had forgotten that you can just climb back up here. I like forgot the purpose of that room. Okay. Boop. Alright. Mission successful. We have cleared out all the things.
No room.
Wait, there's another one? Okay, we're in the green.
No room.
Mission successful. So we're leaving the breeding zone. Do we have the ability to turn in our quest? Yes. Perfect. So let's go turn our quest in. And shoot this ghost again so that it doesn't kill anybody. Then once I've cleared this out, they will repair my castle, and then we can deposit all of our things. And it'll be glorious. It'll be glorious. We already have Soul Drinker, so we don't need to go to the Dark Guild anymore. Okay. So, we've now matched what we have in 6. We're going to TP back to Castle Harmondale. And we can now go upstairs. Track down all the things.
No room.
So you have red, white, white. Ooh. These are cabinets.
No room.
These cabinets are what I treated as bookcases before, right? There isn't a thing that's actually a bookcase around here, is there?
No room.
It's my very
No room.
first Christmas. Merry Christmas, everyone. Okay, so this is our bookcase. No, it's not. It doesn't matter. It's fine. I was gonna say I want to put it on the left side. I don't need to define myself by the fact that I'm left-handed quite that much. It's a little excessive. Okay. Prophecies of the Sun is a book. Old Scroll is a book. Notes. And then I think on the opposite side, we'll put all of our treasure maps. You know, maybe we won't.
No room.
Maybe on the opposite side we will also put
No room.
notes. Later, Celestial. You're gonna miss the inventory boss. The most exciting part of every live stream. Okay. So we've gotten rid of most of those. Do we want to fill the rest of this with maps? I think I'm going to do that, yes. For now. Because we have a lot of maps.
There isn't any room.
We're never gonna run out of maps.
No room. No room. I have too much.
Okay. Actually, you know what I should do? I should put the, I'm not gonna worry about it. I'm not gonna worry about it. We can worry about that later. Okay. Anything else that is book adjacent? Doing good, Tape Drive. We just unlocked a bunch of inventory space so we can throw all of our garbage into a thing. You know, these are all foresight. I am gonna do this. I'm gonna put all of these in here because I think it almost exactly fits them all. So I think that's a better way to do that. And then can I put scrolls along the bottom?
Can't carry it. Can't carry it.
Yeah. Look at that efficiency. I think that we might have another slot at the end here, but I don't know how I would do that with this genre of item. And we can go over here and we can put the books that I'm going to be using eventually but can't use yet. The ultimate elemental stuff. I don't know when I'm going to get around to doing it, but I'll get around to doing it eventually, maybe. I probably won't get around to doing it. We'll probably go this entire run without having done that. Okay. Let's just hit G. See what happens.
I have too much.
So,
No room.
we've gotten rid of a lot of stuff, but we have a lot more stuff to get rid
No
of.
room.
That's alarming. We've gotten rid of that much stuff, and we probably haven't sold. Yes, we picked up a bunch of stuff that we don't need to be carrying. Okay, so let's put things that I don't need that are artifacts in here. So that's Ghoul's Bane. I am actually tempted to just put pole arms in here.
We don't
Like
need
full-size pole arms rather than actually put specifically artifacts. I think I'm going to do that. Because I can just fill this inventory, and it's just full. Like, that's just full. We know that that's exactly full. All those go from exactly top to bottom. They have unambiguous hitboxes. So, perfect bow. We need to peel this effect off of this to give it to the dragon. So Cassowary will be very happy with that eventually.
No room.
Okay, who else?
Leave it.
I don't want to talk about it. I don't want to talk about it. Shut up.
No room.
Don't mind me. Okay. Okay.
I have too much. No room. I have too much.
So maybe the idiot was me, not past arc. Okay, this is a fire magic.
Jump.
I don't think I'm going to equip something that's just a fire magic. It's a fire magic and personality. I don't think I need Sunblock.
I have too much.
Let's see. There's a lot of cool looking weapons in this game.
No room.
It is several games worth of art assets. Like, I think it's cool that, like, video games have, like,
No room.
people whose entire thing is just like, okay, well, I'm just gonna make art assets all day. That's just what I'm making.
This item's weak.
For this larger project, I'm just making a bunch of art assets. I don't have to do anything else. It's difficult working on a smaller team where the, like, job scope is broader. Though there are advantages to the art team being involved with, like, the programming and
I have too much.
the map design and the,
I have too much.
you know, encounter design and stuff like that as well. Like the closer related they all are, the more you can the more, like, cool minor details are. Yeah, being just a person and doing wearing all of the hats for a game development project is a lot. It's a lot of hats, it's a lot of skills to be good at. Okay, there are bookcases, but I can't put things in them. Oh no, we found another scroll. Where will we put it? Oh no.
Jump.
Okay, we found some more garbage. And we can sell that here, now that I think about it. We don't even need to go somewhere to sell. Okay. White, orange, blue. Then green. Okay. So, we have looted the top floor. We have deposited stuff in most, but not all of these. Let's fill this with legendaries that we don't need to hold on to right now. It's fine for them to be legendaries that I am going to want to work with as well, because I think that now that we have this much space, to play with, it just makes sense to do that. Okay, let's hit G. Let's see how much we've gotten rid of. I shouldn't have hit G. I should have sold all my shit and then hit and
I have too
then
much.
done the thing. But it's fine. We have a bunch of bullshit to sell. Then we'll have to hit G again.
I have too much. No room.
Because we're getting rid of stuff, but we're also picking stuff up from the chests. Overall, it's a net loss of things, but it's not as much of.
Closed.
Okay. You're closed for 1 minute. Let's see.
Need a new weapon?
This item is weak.
Wait, I can equip this now. Oh, I can equip this now. Ooh, hoo, hoo, hoo. I've been holding on to that since the first thing that we cleared.
Jump. Jump.
And hold on to that. I might want to make a legendary out of that. I haven't found anything with stats
We
even
don't
like
need it.
remotely comparable to what we have on
Thanks.
that.
Come again.
What do you mean by stopping you immediately? Because the reason that water stops you from continuing on to it in Might and
anything you
Magic is because it's deadly, so it's more of like a it forces you to jump to get over the thing so that you don't just like take a bunch of damage because you got too close to the water. I think it's more of a God, what's the word that I'm looking for? A thing that you do because you're looking out for
Thanks a lot.
someone. Let's see. Gotcha.
have
Yeah,
too much.
it's like a safety net, exactly. So I get you. So you're saying that
No
you're
room.
thinking that there will be different depths of water, right? And the different
I have
depths
too much. No room.
will have different impacts. So, like, if you're in knee-deep water, like, you might maybe get, like, a movement speed penalty. But if your head is above water, then you have to swim, right? That makes a lot of sense. Gotcha. That makes a ton of sense.
Jump.
Okay, we need... Unfortunately, there's an alchemist in here, which is not what we need. That is concerning. We're still on this nonsense. Oh no. Let's see. At least on the versions where you're... It's so funny. Might and Magic 9, man. It... Truly a disasterful game. Is disaster piece a term that someone coined at some point? I feel like it is. Calling Might and Magic 9 a disaster piece might be a little excessive. Like, I don't know that masterpiece is necessarily... I think it's a good, solid translation of Might and Magic stuff, except for all the parts that don't work. So disaster piece is not quite the right term, but...
See anything you want?
Thanks a lot.
I also don't know if disaster piece... Because I feel like it is a term somebody coined. I don't think I'm coining it right now. I think that's a term somebody coined at some point.
Come again.
But it might have a different meaning than the meaning I'm thinking of. The walking trainers were definitely annoying as hell. Trying to, like, find the random NPC in town that you needed to talk to... But it's also a good idea.
Need some training?
It's also a good idea. It's just kind of a pain in the ass. It's a good idea for a game like Shenmue, more so than for a game like Might and Magic. I don't feel like Might and Magic exists very heavily, like, on the spectrum from, like, arcade to simulation. I feel like Might and Magic is about 75% of the way to the arcade side. It has a couple of aesthetic flares that imply a degree of simulationism that isn't being done. Yeah, I love, like, very heavy, like, simulation stuff. In theory. And by in theory, I mean... I like to literally theory craft about how to optimally do games like that, and then I don't bother playing them. But well, that's not entirely true. I do play them. I play them in a spreadsheet. And if I've played them in the spreadsheet, why would I need to play them in the actual game file? Let's see here. What do I want to do? Okay, we need to sell those two.
Can I help you with anything? Thanks.
Man, I really hope that the popularity of the horse game leads to people creating more games in that genre. Like, I need there to be a Monster Prom, like, style, like, sort of like a queer-coded, like, horse people where they're like actually maybe not even like horses but like different types of animals and like just doing stuff. And I need the like milk toast like non-anime version where it's just like, okay, well, we have these, these people that are just doing the thing, and but just not anime, because the anime is so cringe. It's so hard. It's so hard. Anime is so pedo-coded. It's so bad. It's so bad, you guys. It's like, oh my god, I love the simulationist, like, fucking dicking around with numbers and training and stuff like that. I love that element of it, and I hate the fact that, like, the people who made this are clearly horny for the 13-year-old horse girls. It's like, ooh, this is a problem, buddy. Ooh. Ugh. It's a problem. It's a problem. I wish we could do everything that anime does, but, like, good. Look, the problem that I have with anime is that I do understand it. And to understand anime, once you understand it, it's so creepy. It's so creepy. It's like, stop, please. Okay, we need to deposit some of these legendaries. I'm trying to remember. So I was playing more of the horse game yesterday. I'm trying to remember if anything happened beyond what I already talked about yesterday that happened after that was cringe. I'm trying to remember what I even did. I don't remember. Yeah, I think one of the issues that you run into with anime is that their refusal to have, like, adults really makes things confusing as hell. Because you have, like, a lot of character relationships and, like, dynamics that imply, like, a 20-year age gap, but everybody is, like, a high school student. And it's like, you can't have a 20-year age gap between these two groups of people. What are you talking about? Some of the dynamics are so confusing, where it's like, is this actually in, like, some time vacuum bullshit? Are these characters not supposed to be children, maybe? I don't actually understand it, because they're in what is obviously, like, a Japanese high school, like a Japanese secondary school. As far as I can tell, that's, like, the setting. But the setting doesn't get used very much. I'm gonna check this. I'm actually curious. Because the game does change somewhat if the characters that are adult coded are actually supposed to be adults. It does change the dynamic if I am just confused by the fact that they're wearing Japanese schoolgirl outfits in, like, as 25-year-olds in a college. Like, that does change the dynamic. Uma Musume character ages. Wait, some of these people are adults? Those three are 20. How is the class president 20 years old? Wait, what? Okay, so some of these characters are adults. Okay, that explains why some of them sound like adults. But the ones that sound like adults aren't the adults. Okay, give me. I need to. I'm looking at this list. Okay, look, just. But it's the person who's like the like emperor. Like I'm like the king of the school because I'm the most talented, smart person here. How is the most talented, smart person here someone who got held back 3 times? So actually, this is a very large. Is this the year that they started? Because the game takes place over the course of 3 years. Oh, this is not real. This is something someone made. It's so their age is, it looks like, deliberately ambiguous. They don't actually have they don't have ages. No, even in the anime, they don't have ages. Also, the Uma Musume anime wouldn't help you because the anime takes place over 1 year and the game takes place over 3. Don't worry about it. You don't need to worry about the deep lore. The lore is literally not that deep. It's so not that deep that the characters don't even have ages, which is very funny. Okay, what do we think? Do we think that makes it better or worse that they have characters who are clearly coded as aunties? Because, like, the academy environment that they're in, you could argue that the academy environment that they're in is just kind of like an all ages, like anyone can join. In which case, the character that I was complaining about the fact that she's 15 years old and she's taking care... But no, that's the problem. Because she explicitly says that I'm an adult and that she's not. Actually, does she say that she's not? She does say... makes a comment of, like, it's weird that I'm taking care of you considering that you're the adult. But I don't know that she says the. She might have said a adult. In which case, it's like, it can be ambiguously taken to mean either... It's possible that the game writers wrote that character with the intention that that character is meant to be read as 25 and actually be 25. I don't think so. I think I'm giving them more benefit of the doubt than they should get. But, okay. Well, unfortunately, we're not going to find anything that gives us any clarity on the specific breed of cringe and bizarre behavior that went into the creation of this, but...
See anything you want?
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, there are some characters that I think have great characterization that I think is very cute. There's a character that I just did the races for yesterday who, in their campaign, like, it's like kind of just a component of their character that they don't really get the idea of competition. They just like running and racing. and it's like, oh great, I won, or oh great, I ran. Like those are like equal things in their mind of like, you know, I'm trying to win because the thing we're doing here is trying to win, but I don't actually care whether I win or not on like a broader scale. Like she's not there. She enjoys the competition. She doesn't enjoy winning the competition. And so anyway, it's like a core component of her character that she just doesn't care about that. And thing that's really funny about her is that when you finish a race, there is a different
Thanks for nothing, Moneybag.
there's a different
What did you say?
Anything you
animation
want?
for different placements that you get for all the characters. So like if you place in first, they do one thing. If you place in second to fifth, they do something else. If you place sixth to the, like, they have different things. She doesn't. She has the same animation no matter what place you're in, because it doesn't matter. One of the things
You penny pinching miser.
in one of the races, the last race that you have to do for
I
her
help you
her
with anything?
plot line is doing a like 3,600 meter, you know, nonsense, you know, long race. For some reason, you have to do that. And she is fully a sprinter and is completely incapable of doing the race. So you just have to do the race. You don't have to get any particular placement. And I obviously came in last because the character is just incapable of doing this kind of a race. You could probably train her to like get not last place, but it would require a lot of setup. Anyway, so I came in last place, and she has the exact same animation, and I'm like, yes, that is excellent characterization. Good, well played. I approve. I approve. Critical support to the developers of Uma Musume for their excellent character design. Excellent characterization. And it is critical support, because I don't trust them. I don't trust them. But yeah, I want more games in this genre because, like, as I've gotten older, I've gotten more and more tired of, like, hyper-violence being, like, the only way that I interact with, like, video games. Where it's like all of the genres of games that I play, they're just so violent, and I'm just like kind of over it a little bit, right? Like the world is dark enough without needing to engage in, like, you know, violence all the time. And so like I like the idea of like just like, oh, this is like a racing game, but like I'm not interested in like
No room.
like doing like a Formula 1 racing game type thing. I like the idea of like training games. Like I think it would be very fun to just be like, okay, your job is just to just train people. Like
I have too
the
much.
in what's it called?
Can I help you with anything?
In Valkyrie Profile, the first one, the original Valkyrie Profile, one of the primary mechanics of the game was like raising your Einherjar and like developing them and preparing them for Ragnarok, right? And it's like that's a really cool mechanic. But also fuck Odin, I'm not giving you any of my Einherjar because you're a piece of shit, right? So like it's a very cool mechanic that I don't want to engage with for narrative reasons. Is the issue. That's the major issue. Is it's like I don't want to raise my Einherjar for imperialism or whatever, right? That's not what I want. But like it's such a cool mechanic to like doing like raising things. And I think that raising things for races and stuff like that, like training for races and stuff like that, is a very cool mechanic. I'm hopeful that we'll see more of this genre. because it's apparently a popular genre in Japan,
Have too much.
but it just hasn't made the jump across the pond, really. The jump across any of the ponds. We have so many control cubes. We have a lot of those. I can sell this.
Can I help you with anything? Thanks.
I wonder why gacha games refuse to give their characters ages. Because, like, it's not... Is it because... Is it because of the fact that they're worried about stumbling across, like, laws regarding the way that you can draw a child? Because that's the only reason that I can think of for why you would refuse to give the characters ages. I'm not gonna lie. Like, to me, that's the only reason that would explain... Because, like, in, like, every Japanese video game I've ever played, they give you the blood type of everybody, right? Like, they give everybody's frickin' blood type. You're telling me they don't give you the ages in gacha games? Though, are gacha games more of a Chinese phenomenon? Or are they Japanese? Because I know they're popular in China. Like, pay-to-win structures are very popular in China, from my understanding.
Can I help you with anything?
We are doing it. We're selling a bunch of gems. I'm just gonna do it. I just don't have enough inventory space.
Thanks.
We shouldn't need them. We shouldn't need them. Okay, let's get the portal... No, what are we doing? We are still in 7. We turned in the quest, and now we are going to go back to the pit and grab some quests to simply turn in, I believe. But let's be honest, like, people who have waifus don't care what age the character is. Right? Like, and you already have, like, kind of an explicit age for all of the characters by setting it in a high school. Like, right? Like, if you set the thing in a high school, then all of the characters are within 3 years of each other. And all of the people who are consuming this media, who are not committing a crime by stealing their parents' credit cards, are grown adults. So, like, they're outside of everyone's age range. Is it like a plausible deniability thing where they're like, oh, yeah, like, there's this high school student that is my waifu, but it's not weird? Like... is like what is the dynamic there that would work like that? I just realized that I don't actually have any of their quests done, which is kind of funny. Okay, what other things do I need to do? Proving grounds. People are so weird. Like the like. I hate to use reactionary terminology, but degeneracy is a real problem, man. It's like, look, like, there's an unironic, like, degeneracy element to this where it's just like, what the fuck is wrong with you? Like, people's brains are cooked. Like, fully cooked. Like, the obsession with, like, it's fucking weird, man. It's weird. Because, like, this has always been a problem with celebrity culture, just in general. Like, women have a really hard time as celebrities because their like, sex lives and their romantic lives are very aggressively policed by the entire world. And it's like, God, calm the fuck down. But, okay, let's do the Trogs. But yeah, it's bad out there. It's bad out there. It is very funny how many of the things I'm interested in are such huge red flags to me. Where it's like, if I meet someone who shares half of my interests, I'm like, oh, so you are like an actual Nazi. Like, it is my expectation that anyone who shares any of my interests is fully a Nazi.
Good job. Good job.
That's not true. If they only share a couple of my interests, they're probably just a terrible person. If they share all of my actual interests, then they're probably a Nazi. It's tragic. One of the artists who I most heavily respect is she's constantly writing in genres that are just so full of Nazis, and I really enjoy her writing because it's an interesting, like, she plays with the genres in interesting ways that I appreciate because I, like her, am not a Nazi. And she's constantly getting pushback from, like, the general communities of these spaces because she's writing stuff that isn't meant to appeal to Nazis. And their specific, like, crazy, like, you know, obsession with all this, like, you know, madness, like the mad nonsense that it's just interesting to be like, ah, yes. No, trust me, I'm one of the good ones.
Want some?
On the plus side, I have never felt the need to get involved in any community ever. So that's very helpful in my life, that, you know, I don't actually feel the need to, you know, connect with the communities of anything. Like, I would I've watched, like, a couple of videos about, like, the like mechanics behind the scenes for things like the Uma Musume and stuff like that, but, like, I'm not going to, like, interact with anybody in that community, you know? See, that's the thing, Astro Kitty. I wanted to say that, but I also don't want to say that because, like, look, here's the problem, right? Like, here's the problem with fascists. The one problem with fascists, they don't have any other problems. We'll ignore all the other problems. No, but, like, one of the problems with fascists is that they're all cringy degenerates. They're obsessed with degeneracy, and so degeneracy as a term, as, like, a concept, is associated with their kind of terminology. But they're the most degenerate people on Earth. They're fucking weirdos. They're all so weird. They're into this crazy, weird, cringe, degenerate shit. And they're all pedos. And they're all, like, they're just upset. It's like every accusation is a deflection with these people.
Leave it.
It's true. And anyway, it's a whole thing. But yes, the people who are into the things that I'm into are bad, and you shouldn't talk to them. It's just a weird. It's just weird. We need to create like a support group for people who are into except we don't, because the support group would be full of cringy degenerates. But we need a support group for people who enjoy things that are exclusively enjoyed by people that they find morally repulsive. And then everyone who gets into the group will find everyone else in the group morally repulsive. That's the issue. That's the issue. But, you know, it's progress. It's progress. Man, you know, I don't want to do this next dungeon because I'm feeling lazy and I don't want to save the lives of all the dwarves, but I have to. I can't not do it. I don't make the rules. It's like, you know, oh, okay, you know, let's look into. There was some like. What was I playing? I think it was when I was playing. I was a teenage exocolonist, right? And when I was playing that game, I was like, "This is a really cool genre of game. What other games are like this?" And then everyone's like, "Oh, okay. The other things that are like this are these other games that are about like raising a child, right?" And it's like, okay, well, you know, here's the Princess Maker series. Ah, okay. So what's this series about? Wait, isn't this the weird series that my friend told me that they played as a kid that was about grooming a child to be your wife? And the answer is yes. And it's like, wait, how is that in the same genre as I was a teenage exocolonist? Why are people recommending this? And it's because it turns out that there's no... And that by the way, that wasn't an exaggeration. One of the endings for the Princess Maker series is marrying your own child. Like, unironically, that's one of the endings that you can get. It's creepy. But like, the thing is that child rearing simulators, like a simulator where you're like, oh, okay, I'm going to raise a child, is a thing that you would think would be a genre that would be like existent and common. And it's like, no, it's dominated exclusively by like one or two like brands, and it's made for pedos. Like, it's not made for people who are like, oh, it would be fun to do a parenting simulator. It's for people who want to raise their daughter to be their bride. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with people? What the hell is wrong with people? Can't they just, like, one of the things that I most enjoy in video games, okay?
Back soon.
One of the things I most enjoy in video games is I love when a game has, like, an AI function for your party members that, like, they can do things according to, like, their personality or whatever, right? I remember in Grandia, right? In the game Grandia, when I was a kid, one of the things that I found the most fun was training the characters in combat, because like EXP, like for leveling, is not that important. It's all about like skill levels with your weapons and stuff like that. And I remember training characters and feeling so happy and proud to be able to like basically build up the characters so that they could run the combat themselves. right? Where it's like, okay, they're auto playing the battle, like they're doing the whole thing, and not like just hitting the auto play button and then the battle resolves instantly, but like the whole battle goes through. You can watch the whole battle as your party is like going through. Am I getting killed from behind? Yes. Okay. And that's a very cool gameplay concept. The idea of, okay, I'm going to raise the characters, and then they're going to do it on their own. Like, they'll manage the battle and stuff like that. Did I not kill that thing? I think that might have gotten killed by Dwarves. You need to be on prismatic light. Okay, I think that we're gonna need to... Anyway, so the point being, you'd think that that kind of stuff would be more common, but it's just not a thing people are into, I guess. Or rather, it's a thing that people are into, but the people who are into it are exclusively, like, the worst people on Earth. Basically. Look, I really enjoy Europa Universalis. I don't enjoy it because I consider the colonial powers to be the good guys. Which seems to be a unique feature to me and me alone about my interaction with the medium. You know, like, people seem to be like, oh yes, colonialism's great, actually. Like, I had to, like, one of the reasons that I had to stop doing it on stream is because, like, I realized that, like, I didn't know enough about racial slurs to play the game for a live audience, because I wouldn't be able to tell when someone's saying something that's, like, hateful. Like, legitimately, that was one of the issues, is that I'm like, I don't know. Like, I remember, like, reading on, like, one of the forums at one point and seeing this term that people use, like, all the time to refer to the Ottomans, and being like, oh yeah, that's, like, a racial slur that people use. I'm like, wait, what? It's like, wait, what? How am I supposed to play this game on stream if I can't tell the difference between things people are saying that are hateful and things that people are saying, like, because it's like, it's a video game and it isn't that deep. You know what I mean? Like, the answer is I can't. And that's a small component of the reason that I don't play that game on stream. So what hit was that? Did I just get hit by the fucking warlock in the back? I think I got hit by the warlock. I think one of the gogs moved aside and the lightning bolt hit me. Oh man.
I love
But it is funny because I feel like, for the most part, my audience doesn't share any of my interests, and that's a good thing. Like, it's unfortunate for me sometimes, because it means that, like, you know, the things that I'm into, no one else is into. But at the same time, it's like, yeah, it's probably for the best considering the types of people that are into the stuff that I'm into. It's probably for the best to avoid people that have anything in common with me. This is gonna be a damn nightmare. These warlocks being able to just fully instigate me is a problem.
Yes, we've done it.
Okay, we're gonna wait. We're not gonna go forward. I'm not gonna worry about saving all the dwarves. We're the caster party. We don't give a shit about people. We're antisocial as fuck. Don't give a shit about shit, you know? Why did you just run all the way past? Is my question. Okay, that puller's down. Oh, that's a good point! That's such a good point. I love that. Yes, we're doing that. So, you know what? We will save all of the dwarves. We're gonna save every last one of them. Okay, how many allies did we temporarily
Too much.
inconvenience? Wait, did nobody die over here? Nobody died over here. That's amazing. Okay, somebody died over here, right? Wait, did nobody die over here? Oh, I saw some green that I thought. Okay, so we actually haven't had any casualties yet.
We've done it.
Yeah, I like math, I like spreadsheets, and I really... I enjoy a lot of things that are fun. Oh, okay. These are just killing each other. I don't need to worry about this. I didn't loot any of the... I am very happy with this. I'm very happy. Why are they hostile?
Pray, pray.
So there's an actual bug with these particular warlocks. Where these warlocks are just hostile to them for some reason.
Easy, slave.
That's very funny. How would I stop them from dying? I actually I don't know how I'm going to handle that if my goal is to keep everybody alive. I don't think I've ever heard you say that before. I don't buy it. I think the fashion system in this game works perfectly. As with all things in the Might and Magic series, it works perfectly. We need to think about the deeper narrative reasons for why it is that these two are fighting, okay? Like, these two specific sorcerers, warlocks, are beefing with the dwarves, right? For some reason, right? And because they're beefing with the dwarves, they're dragging everyone else into it, right? In their group. So, like, what we need to think about is, like, what is the deeper narrative significance of that? It might be, like, maybe they owe money. Maybe they owe money to the gods. We don't know. Please don't kill me. One of them is an X, and the other is Ride or Die. That's what it is. That one ran straight toward me, and I was trying to, like, shoot around the corner there, and then I just didn't implement in a way that would accomplish that task in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, we've done it.
You know, maybe I should just stay out. Okay, so some but not all of them are hostile. So we should be able to res some of them successfully. I'm gonna go ahead and save this because let's play around with this for a bit. So if we res you, they're fine. How about if we res the one in the corner? The one in the corner is one of the rabble-rousers? Wait. The one in the last one to die was one of the ones that they had beef with. And it looks like the ones with beef might actually be the dwarves. I think the dwarves ran to her, not the other way around. I don't think she shot the dwarves. What is happening? So we've got 3 of them up this time. What is... Let's see if we can get this one rezzed. Because the last time... The last time there were 2 of them that were, like, perma-hostile. Right? Okay, let's...
Get out! Stand aside! Get out of here!
Interesting. Okay, you go away.
Get out of here!
Now, I'm wondering if I reanimate her here, will it set this as her base location? Or are you going to wander back to where you started and die? You're just going to wander back where you started and die. That's unfortunate. So I was hoping that, similar to like spawning an enemy in, that reanimating an enemy would set that as their new like base location, and because it was their base location, they would like meander around that location instead, which would be optimal. So if I was going to save her, I would need to do it. Okay, we've taken out both of the... Or taken everything out except the two bosses. You know, it's very rude of you to stand in a corner where I can't keep hitting you, considering that you're... How dare you make effective usage of your ability set? Okay. That was very funny. Man, am I glad I'm being lazy and not bothering to worry about making sure that I get every last drop of EXP out of these damn things. Oh man, the life that I lead sometimes because I'm just too much of a problem for my own good.
We've done it.
And next is you.
Nice shot.
Okay.
We've done it.
The timing on me going over there.
We've done it.
You know, I wonder... Nah, I don't think it would work.
We've done it. We've done it.
Sorry, I'm going through a whole world in my head. I'm living a whole other life out here. Okay, we are now in the green. Save the game under danger, I guess. I do prefer to get as many of the kills as possible myself, rather than leave it to my allies, who aren't really my allies. I guess the dwarves are my allies. The warlocks are fully a neutral faction, right?
There isn't any room.
I wonder if the warlocks are neutral in this because they know that this is some alien drama that they don't want to get involved with. Like, you think that might be what's going on there? Because the warlocks are typically aligned with the Necromancers Guild, right? But, like, the Necromancers Guild is being, like, fully, like, just used by, like, third parties, right? Like, is Archibald even, like, a proper member of the Necromancers Guild? Or is he just, like, some fucking princeling from a foreign country who has come in and, like, kind of just taken over? Because, like, he's not from here. He's not a Rathian. He's, like, from a whole other continent.
Can't carry it.
Because he's what's his name's brother?
No room.
He's Rufus's brother, so clearly he's from over there. Though that doesn't necessarily mean he actually is from over there. I mean, that, look, the monarchy being what it is, he could have been born and raised in Arathia.
No room. I have too much.
The Warlock? Why would anybody be aligned with the Cregan? Is like that's actually a question that I have. Is like, why is anybody ever aligned with the Cregan? The Cregan are always just killing everybody, right? Like that's like their job is to kill every creature on the planet. Like you'd think the Warlocks would be more sensible than like the Necromancers on that side of it.
I have too much. No. I have too much. No room.
No room. No room.
But the Cregan aren't even that strong. The Cregan are like swarm critters, right? Like, they're not individually particularly strong.
No, I have too much. No room.
Also, that is a wild way to set up a... Like... That is incredibly, like... 90s era narrative. Ah, yes. These people are basically beasts who follow whoever is like the strongest alpha. We listened to that one guy talking about captive wolves, and we've now split it up to cover all creatures everywhere at all times, including entire civilizations. But there are places where that makes sense, but it's mostly anime. Anime is the place that kind of thing makes the most sense narratively, because like individual people are so like astronomically individually powerful, right? That it like it's like, okay, that checks out. You can actually have like an individual person who's that strong. But like outside of anime, they ain't never got one person who's that impressive. Look, outside of anime and my life. Because, you know, I'm always interacting with my wife. Hey, yo! We took what sounded like performative, like what is the word? Like, performative narcissism, and transformed it into performative, you know, I love my wife stuff. It is also, it's not entirely, it's mostly performative. Obviously, my wife doesn't have superpowers, but she is also consistently going to be the smartest person in the room. There's no warlocks in the Warlock faction? Why are they called the Warlock faction? Is the leader a Warlock? It's also funny because dragons are, like, objectively way stronger than Cregan. I can't imagine being a dragon and slumming it with devils, okay? Like, let's be clear here. Like, have some fucking pride, okay? Like, you're a goddamn dragon. Do not slum it with these fucking ants. And I'm not saying ants just because they're very small and you're a dragon. I'm also saying it because socially, that's what they are reminiscent of, right? They are supposed to engender thoughts of insects, right? Ants, specifically. That they are fascist in the way that ants are fascist. Look, I might be slightly misusing the term fascist, but not as much as you'd think. Okay? Okay, yes, as much as you'd think. Because ants are, you know, imperialist. They're not really fascist. Because fascism requires that you have a narrative, okay? You can't have fascism without a narrative. You can have imperialism without a narrative. It's about material, like, it's about material reality, whereas fascism is a little bit more of it's a political movement based off of vibes to a large degree. So are warlocks a creature in the game other than like as a hero? Like, do like necromancers have the ability to hire warlocks as like an army type, and it's just the warlocks don't have access to warlocks? Or is it like the warlock faction because if the warlocks don't exist at all as like a creature type, I could see a world where you justify it by basically being like, okay, the warlocks are like individual people who rule over swarms of monsters, right? Like, they are controlling swarms of monsters with, you know, some sort of like mind control or otherwise like thinger. if they don't have a creature type for Warlock, I can see a world where the Warlocks are basically just like ravening psychopaths, right? Where it's like they're not really a faction in the first place to speak of, right? Like it's a loose collection of like psychopaths with like a vaguely aligned, you know, set of interests because of the fact that they all love to just like rampage around with monsters and kill people. And they're like, okay, well, we need to occasionally pretend that we have some legitimacy. Because that's what that sounds like fundamentally to me. If they don't have a creature type of Warlock, and it's just like you have a hero unit, and then you have a bunch of monsters that are mostly not even sapient. Because like troglodytes in this are not, they're not sapient. Like as an example, I don't think trogs are sapient. I could be wrong. Typically they are. Typically troglodyte. God, what does troglodyte originally mean? It's some racist thing, isn't it? Which I don't think is in common usage anymore, but I think there was some weird like, you know, oh shit, I didn't realize you were a boss. I'm gonna Google it, but we're gonna get to a point where we can save first. Okay. Okay, we have Zokar's Skull and Axe, which are two different quests, I believe. Okay. Why are you not showing me? Okay. Troglodyte origin. Yep. It is via Latin from Greek troglodytes, alteration of the name of the Ethiopian people, an Ethiopian people, influenced by whole. So it wouldn't be racist because it predates that. Let's see. Because Wikipedia doesn't seem... Okay, this is going to be too in-depth a thing to check. But yeah, it looks to me, like based off of what I'm reading here, it might be that it originally meant cave people, and it became like a thing that they called an Ethiopian tribe or like nation or whatever. Like it's like a group of people in Ethiopia somewhere. Obviously, at the time, it wasn't Ethiopia. But like it's like a particular regional group was called that, and then it's now still used to refer to thing. So, from what I can tell, not racist. The term was probably basically the term has probably been used many times by many racists and many people of with various kinds of prejudice that aren't racism. However, it's used to refer to like cave dwellers. Probably predates its usage to refer to any specific group of people as a pejorative. Most likely. That's what I'm guessing. However, it is also possible that it was coined as a term because cave dweller was intrinsically like considered an insult. But I don't know that I would necessarily agree with that. I feel like they would need to have a reason to go after people in caves as backward in the first place. Like I feel like that would be like, so I feel like probably cave dweller as a term predates cave dweller as an insult, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. Jeez, okay. What the fuck? I'm getting fucking sniped over here. Okay, hello. We're in the green. I'm gonna save. Because this is gonna be... Well, yeah, because, like, living in a cave is, like, associated with a lot of different types of people. Right? And probably, like, not all of those people are necessarily badly looked upon 1,000 years ago. Because we're talking about, like, really ancient times, right? These are pretty old languages, right? They're old enough that they're dead, right? So when you're dealing with something that's like old enough to be a dead language, the dynamic's just different, right? Because like, you know, hermits living in caves have positive or negative connotations depending on the era that you're in, right? Like, and the era and the location that you're in. Like, how much respect is given to old man in cave has a big impact on how I feel like people would see, like, cave dweller as, like, a category of person. If that makes any sense? Like, because when people think of a cave dweller, are they thinking of, like, a Neanderthal? No. Not until, like, the last 70 years, right? Like, a Neanderthal is not something that anybody has in mind. Nobody's seen a caveman. That's not a thing anyone's ever seen since they went extinct, right? Like, so the association that we have with like a caveman as like a pre-civilizational like person is a product of a media environment where you can show a cave person, right? Like, you have to be able to show a cave person to someone for them to give a shit about them, to have any opinion about them at all. Do I want to set a new beacon? No, I've got one in Darkmoor. Or sorry, I've got one in Stone City. So, we have gotten enough to get the bolster level in Might Magic 6 up. We've cleared out this place, which is a huge pain in the ass to clear. My guess is Thunderfist Mountain is going to be pretty non-threatening. Not a huge problem. So, you know, famous last words and all that, but I think it'll be fine. And anyway, so I'm actually curious, because like I'm actually curious if like when they were when they came up with troglodyte or whatever to refer to that group, I don't even know if that was a pejorative or if it was just like a descript, because like the area is named after it too, right? And I don't know if it was a pejorative at the time. Like, it might have just been, oh yeah, they live in caves here because the mountainside of this river is unsuitable for building out, so you dig in, right?
Sure.
I am actually curious. I would love to know how long cave dwelling has been associated with a lack of class, and how long that has been a stand-in for that, because I do feel like there's a world where that's very recent, and that is like, until you get moving pictures and people start putting cavemen on like a screen, that nobody has that association at all. Because who lives in caves in the modern era, right? Like, living in a cave is not something that you associate with like tribal people, right? Like, if you go into Brazil and you go into the jungle and find some undiscovered tribes, right? They're not in caves. They just aren't. Like, almost nobody lives in caves. The only people who live in caves are people who are in an environment where caves are a very nice, convenient thing, which is a really uncommon biome. So, like, I don't know, man. Like, I feel like it's probably... I think it's a super modern phenomenon. That would be my guess. This is an uneducated statement on the topic. Don't take this for, like, you know, me thinking this from some sort of perspective of evidence. I don't have any evidentiary reason to believe this. But from my perspective, I think it's much more reasonable to assume that cave person became an insult in earliest 1700s. Like, you'd have to go back to when archaeologists started being a thing. Because, like, in Europe, there aren't that many caves. There's not that many caves anywhere that, like, you would have this strong association of the uncultured swine living in caves. Because nobody's lived in caves for, like, tens of thousands of years. And that's not to say literally nobody. I mean, like, demographically, it's a very uncommon thing for people of any technological level to live in caves, because everybody of every technological level has the ability to build, like, a basic hut, right? Like, everybody has the ability to do that. We've had that ability for, like, 10,000 years. Like, this is not, like, a new phenomenon. So, the people who live in caves because of the local environment. And I'm just trying to think of, like, are there any local environments that would I mean, maybe brigands? Like, I guess I could see the Romans having...
Merchandise.
Are there a lot of... Germany is pretty hilly, right? So maybe there's the association with the Germans. Actually. Like, the Germanic tribes were kind of a constant thorn in Rome's side. So there's maybe an association, not because people lived in the mountains and lived in, like, a hole in a hill, but because people who are fighting you, when you have an army and they don't, are going to tend to hide in caves. So that's the one associative thing I can think of that would explain why cave dweller might be associated with like lack of technology prior to very recently. That's the only real connection I can make, is like the Germanic tribes, not where they live, but where they fight. Right? The way that they fight the Roman armies. If that makes any sense. I think that might be the most coherent explanation for where it would come from if it's old. Because again, from what I can see, troglodyte in this, like troglodyte, as far I don't know that was a slur of some sort. I immediately saw, okay, they named these people cave people, and I assumed it was like them making an insult, but it wasn't. That's coming from my modern framing, where cave people is an insult. But I don't know that was. It might have just been descriptive. Where it's like, oh, this is a unique thing. There's people that live in caves over here. That's crazy, because that's just not a thing that is common, right? Which would make sense if that's like a particularly like long cliff. Like if you think about the Grand Canyon. The Grand Canyon's probably full of caves, right? And there's probably a lot of places by the Grand Canyon where you could set up shop in a cave and have a good time. But even then, I don't think the Grand Canyon is necessarily an optimal place to do that. Maybe some parts of it are. Okay, next on our agenda is doing something here in 6. We just finished up Darkmoor. Wait, are we heading to Dragonsand? Wait, did I not talk to the Oracle? I don't think I actually talked to the Oracle, I just clicked the button. I deposited the thing and then didn't talk to the Oracle. But yeah, I should do more research on this. Because I am curious about that. You know, actually, that's the one interest that I have that I don't think is necessarily a red flag.
I've been expecting you.
Predominantly because it's an interest that, like, nobody has. Etymology is an interest of mine that I don't think is a red flag. I think that's the one thing I'm into where it's like, okay, this isn't a red flag, actually. This is fine, actually. You... Okay, do I go to there now? I don't think I do. I don't think I want to do that today, because we're 9 minutes away from ending stream. So With that being the case, I don't even have enough EXP to do that. So with that being the case, what am I going to do? Oh, and we don't travel there from here. We travel there from Resortical. Yes, we were looking at our stuff. I even started a spreadsheet that I didn't do much with. So I'm going to go through, and now that I'm awake because I got plenty of sleep last night. We can open up my. I didn't even title this. Come on. Legendary list. And I guess I should probably. No, it's fine. Y'all can see the game. I don't need to do a split for this. So, do I need status effect immunity? I think yes, because we're eventually going to make. But do I care about it right now? Yes, I'll just put that here. I'll put that in H, status. Alright, since I figure I'll need it eventually, but I don't want it to be toward the front. So we have crit. We have reset. That's an important one. So, who has the reset thing? Do you have it? I think you don't, right? I have 2 enchant crits on this character. That's not optimal. I have so many copies of that enchant. So what was I looking for? Attack reset. I don't think we've seen it yet, right? I think no. You have a copy of it somewhere. Do you? I don't even know if you do. Do I have any copies of this? Doubled. Okay, I have it on this weapon. Did I have it on one of your weapons? Yes. Okay, so weapon. I have it on 2 daggers. I should probably pull up. I'm gonna pull up chat, and I'm gonna have 3 messages telling me. Oh, well, you know what? I'm gonna have 1 message that tells me way better information than. Okay, reduces damage taken. Okay, so let's go with enchant scale and enchant crit. Enchant scale, enchant crit. So, Mina has will need Ascension as well. And I don't need to worry about the threshold thing because I already have it on 2 characters, and so that's not a thing. The characters that need it already have it. Divine Protection I should have on everybody, but I already have it on everybody. I'm not going to worry about it for now. So I'm just going to worry about the stuff that is DPS related. Hits dealing a percent of enemy HP is really not that relevant to my interest. I don't actually care that much. So I think that we have these 5 effects that are the things that we care about the most right now. Those 5 effects, let's shrink you down so that I can actually see chat at the same time. And we have weapon reset for those 2. We have enchant scaling on you, right? We don't have enchant scaling on you. So we have enchant damage on you. Or sorry, enchant crit on you. So Mina has enchant crit on a ring, right? Yes. And Ascension is on my belt. So we are missing the 10% crit, we're missing the attack reset, and we're missing enchant scaling. So mine is missing a lot of effects here. Raven has the reset on weapon. You have weapon scaling. You have weapon enchant on your ring as well, I believe. I'm just going to type that in. I am pretty sure that they do. I think it might be that they have 2 rings. No, that's Divine Protection. Ascension is gloves. Cloak. Okay, so Cassowary doesn't have or need any of these other things because Cassowary doesn't have enchants. Junglefowl. Ascension is tied to what? Cloak. Okay, reset. Do you have the reset? You don't have the reset. You have the crit on a 2-handed axe. And you do not have... You don't have enchant scaling or crit. Which is a problem because I have the ability to do that and I just didn't. So you have, like, everything? No, you don't have everything that you need. Okay, so we have reset on your weapon. We have weapon scaling on something. Cloak. We have spell ascension on something. I'm so annoyed, by the way, that we have the leech restores mana instead of HP on the wrong thing. That bugs me. Let's see here. So Ascension is on gloves. So Raven has the majority of the effects in play already. Goose has 3 of the 5. The only thing we're missing on Raven is 10% crit. So Raven's almost set. Excuse me. We have Ascension on everybody, which is good. We have 2 characters with enchant crit on their rings. So we have 2 different rings with enchant crit. But one of those characters doesn't have enchant scaling. So enchant scaling is actually only on 2 different characters. So let's take a look at you. Actually, you have it on glove and ring. So do we hold on to this one? Yes, this is the one with int. This also has int. So enchant crit is also on a ring for you. This is speed and luck. So this is the one that we're moving. We're moving yours off to, I think, Junglefowl. Junglefowl has the crit thing. This is very, very garbage. So we have light plus 12 on that. What is my... We have plus 19. If I could get the Ascension level... We are going to make this swap. This is not that important. Where's Ascension? Ascension is on belt. Move your... Oh, this is an int belt, though. It would require quite a lot of reworking to make this happen. Take this off, put this on, then why did I need to do that? Right, because I wanted to take the cloak of fire. We're going to TP to Stone City. Oh, it's 102. Give me a sec. I want to fix this particular part first. We're going to Harmondale. We are going to get the light boost cloak, which I deposited like a dope. Because 50% increased light is like plus 20 something to light. It's a better usage than using multiple ring slots on it. So let's just do this. And then, do we have anybody who doesn't have a legendary cloak? No. Okay, so you have Ascension now, but you no longer have the Ascension boost. So we need to give you the Ascension boost using the ring that we took from you and put somewhere. Did we equip it already? We did. So enchant crit, enchant. Wait, did I take your enchant crit item off? Yes, I took yours off and haven't replaced it yet. So this enchant crit goes to you. Gotcha. And then we don't have a ring to replace that one necessarily. We can do
No
this.
room.
This is fine for now. No, we just need to get things basically settled. So, we have Ascension, we have Enchant Crit, and we have full set of ring slots. You have the thing. Did we have anything else that we fucked with? I took this cloak off. I think actually no, we don't have anything else that we need to do immediately. We have a couple of Scouring Pearls, so we have the ability to rework an item if we want tomorrow. But I think we are going to end here for today. I think that this is a good place to end. So next time we are going to start out with some of our... I'm going to save under danger as well. So we're going to start out with some inventory management. And once we've done our inventory management, we can move on to Dragon Sand. But I now have this, and it's not in Notepad, so when I turn off my computer, we're still going to have it. So that'll be fun and exciting. Also, I'm going to have a razor coming in on Sunday that I can clean up better with. This part over here is so bushy because I don't have my electric razor because I don't have a razor coming in. I have a power cable for my razor coming in. I have no idea where it went. It's just disappeared. I have like a safety razor that has disappeared and I don't know where it went. But at some point when I went overseas, it disappeared. It's like every time I go overseas and specifically choose not to bring my shaving implements with me, they disappear by the time I come back. They are being stolen by gremlins. I don't know what's going on. Anyway, my power cable for the thing is gone as well, so I can't use that, and I can't use my thinger, so I'm just using crappy disposables. It's very sad. So anyway, that's going to be it for today. Thank you everyone for watching, and I hope to see you again tomorrow when we will presumably be clearing out a bunch of dragons and doing so much inventory stuff. It's going to be great. Later, folks.